Hello, hello. Good evening. How are you doing on this fine Saturday? I had to think for a second if it was really Saturday. But it sure is. It's Saturday. It's been an entire week. Good evening! It's been an entire week since we last played this game. The week passed by quite quickly, not gonna lie. Also, I forgot. Goddammit. I always forget to do at least one thing whenever I start stream. It's it's classic new behavior. Hold on. Classic new behavior always forgets to do something or the other. Here we go. I hope I don't need to know anything about this game. Well, it's like this. It's like this. With this Japanese guy. This game is set in like 1800 something. The lawyer system in Japan is in its baby shoes. We're a lawyer, or we're trying to learn to become a lawyer because our friend, who was also trying to become a lawyer, was murdered on our trip to Great Britain to observe how their law system works and learn to do more things, right? So we took his place, so at least the trip won't have been for nothing. Because the trip took like 60 days per ship, by ship. And like we've already had to kind of defend ourselves in court and some other people. The last guy we defended was definitely guilty, but it was a wild case. Like we got him off the hook as innocent, even though we know deep in our heart that he's not innocent, but that's what we had to do. And now we're going to go in on the fourth case in this game. I wonder who we're going to be seeing. Or if we're going to have to defend ourselves again. Also, Sherlock Holmes is in this game. But his name is Sherlock Sholmes because otherwise they would get in trouble with the copyright, which is also the reason why it took so long for this game to come over here. So if you're wondering why I will have trouble saying that name, is because I've had to read Sherlock Holmes so many times in the past few weeks. I explained this to my parents earlier actually, because I was telling them, hi, I kind of need to go now, I have something to do still. And I explained to them the game. I was like, and Sherlock Holmes is in it, but he's not called Sherlock Holmes. So I have trouble saying the name correctly now. We got him off the hook while actively searching for proof that he's good. That's true. But we couldn't prove it. He actively fabricated evidence. But we couldn't prove it. Alrighty. I'm just eating a few sour gummy worms. Because I really need something to jumpstart my brain for this game. Because I plan on getting to the entire fourth case. The third case was really short. So I'm imagining the fourth case to be longer to make up for that. So let's jump right in. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro, which apparently has its reason for the name being Kokoro still. Even though this is the English version, so I wonder why. But now I see it. They actually did change the writing in the back. It also says Wilson and Sholmes instead of Watson and Holmes, but the Japanese dub will still say it, you know, the normal way. Kokoro is hard. Yeah, Kokoro is the heart in Japanese. Oh no.
その背に刺さった強靭。ガス灯の明かりが柔らかく切り取った
Oh no.
奇怪な事件現場の情
Some
景。
poor lady got stabbed in
不
the
可解な
back.
姿なき犯人の事件は薄い霧の中
Damn.
静かに幕を開けたのだった。
We'll just get involved in it somehow, even though it's not our fault again. As always. Oh, I got sour. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, these are extremely sour. Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry. I didn't think they would be this sour. Because it's funny, I'm quite used to eating sour candies and stuff. Oh, but these ones actually, they hit. They hit pretty good. It's a Japanese fault because he's not from here. Oh yeah, this game, sadly, is really rampant in its racism. Like, they don't hide it at all. Like, every single British person we meet in this game is like, ooh, they exotic, Nipponese, they like, excuse me? It's like, it's our fault. It's, that's another reason why it took so long for the game to be localized. 19th February, 9:47 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. So we did what you wanted us to do. I wonder what he's going to say now. We got an absolutely guilty man off the hook. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. Isn't that a bad thing? What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Bodia, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. Oh, baby! I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. Oh, yeah, that... You try... Don't they get... Why do they not get lodgings? They get money for the stipend, but don't get lodgings. It's to be pretty annoying to try and read something in that room. True, right? It has to be loud as hell. London is a scary place. That's true. That's true. I did spend a bunch of money in London as well, and I was only there for 3 weeks. Though, to be fair, the most money I spent was on books. Like, this is in a clock tower, right? It looks like a clock tower, so there's probably a bell, you're right. It was funny. I went to London with 30 kilograms in my suitcase, and we were allowed 23. I went home with 23 kilograms. I literally took home 10 kilograms of books with me. Some I had bought myself and some that my guest family gave me because they were like, oh, we have been you know, we wanted to give those away because we don't read them anymore. And some of them were very, like, they almost gave me... It was so funny. They almost gave me, like, the eldest child had, like, we were almost the same age and we read pretty much the same stuff. And we're like, well, I have too many books. I want to give some away. So they pretty much tried to give me, like, half the fucking bookcase. I was like, I have to fly back home. I cannot take all of these. They won't fit. But still, I took like 10 kilograms of books back with me. Like, I was laughing at my classmates because most of them went to London already with almost the limit in suitcase weight, and I went home with the limit in suitcase weight, but it was all just books. I wasn't laughing then anymore. And I still haven't read them. That's the most horrible thing about it. I still haven't read a single one of these. I just have them. Good morning to you at this early hour. Good morning. I don't trust you. Oh yes, we are, well... Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Susette Sun is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Oh yes, it was very eye-opening. Thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of events. Well, you know. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh. No longer you a student from the Empire of Japan, you may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case? Already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? I mean, I can't really say no to you, can I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? Justice. The truth? The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. Well, Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Why is it people with names like Strongheart really look like an average guy? Well, he looks to be strong of heart, so of course he's not going to look like a usual guy. I hate this dude. Him and his stupid top hat. Just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo. It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you need let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Marcus McGilda passed away immediately following the trial. What? Oh, right! Was it him who burned in the carriage? It has to have been him, right? No! What? Mr. McGilda is dead? Why did the... Pigeons start to fly. I have 90 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Okay, then get to talking. Oh, right. I have to actually do something in this game. I forget sometimes. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, I'm aware. Yes, of course, that was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilder had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. I mean, burning it all, the entire thing to the ground is the easiest way to get rid of any and all evidence, whether it be fabricated or not, that was in it. But why did he also end up in it? How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already the police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of McGilder. Not like pigeons in a room with bugs, or any room. Yeah! That's awful. The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. Yeah, he should. And how could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. I see. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilder did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. That he did. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. Also, apparently his accent is supposed to be Irish. I'm obviously not good with English accents, so I will speak all of these people in the exact same kind of voice. An inspection of the omnibus. Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who was Mr. McGilder talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Poor Mr. McGilder. Well, is he really poor? I think he was quite rich. So how do you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was, wow. A master of words. Mr. Nanahodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a word apart from our own why have I still not looked up this fucking word? Judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Suzuto-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. Okay, you know what? How do you pronounce it? How do you say this?
Judicial.
Judicial. Okay. Thanks, Google. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. Sure. The most advanced in the world, is it? Or is it just the Brits being full of themselves? The clips on his coat kind of look like hearts, I just noticed. That's pretty cute, you know? But that is like the only cute thing about the guy. It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Huh? Simple. That was simple. As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. I wonder how he would react to such a comment. I don't think he would give it any mind, like... You just see him come in the next day and he will have replaced the clips to something else. The circumstances of the case are so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much at least is an undeniable truth. which is precisely why I've prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? I don't know. I don't trust the guy. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up being a suspect at some point. Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. No, it starts in 15. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. It's not? In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died. As yet. As yet? Huh? And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. Huh, so trial's tomorrow then. Well, it does give us more time than, you know, the last one. Is everything alright? Oh, yeah, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was, well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, don't worry, you have 2 games to get used to being cut out as a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in a courtroom again after Mr. McGilder's trial. Oh, yes, I nearly forgot. There's one similarity with yesterday's case. There is. Once again, there's currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh! If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Here we go again. Yay! So, your time's up now? I cannot get enough of me saying the exact thing it says in the game. Like a second before it happens. Your time is up, you have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. Sure, thanks, bro. There's now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last line he mentioned the 23 hours he said, there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There's something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something. I did? That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. Yeah. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world worked so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Oh. Another thing. Continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd ever made it to Great Britain. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Sugi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has it been there? That's a good question. It looks funny because there's this very tiny, like, shadow around his body. I don't know if you can actually see it on stream, but you can see how it does not fit in with the ground he's standing on because he doesn't have a shadow. Because his shoes are surrounded by this slightly lighter glow. So, I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell, he says, while we're standing in his own office. Bye! There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what do you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. What's that in his hand? What? What are you could we trouble you? What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Fish and chips, I guess. Yeah. Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eating out of your hand, you know? But Susato-san told me it was foolproof. A busy man, a very busy man. It's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes of you talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers here will be saying? Hmm? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Well, that's... Isn't that your fault for never having heard of an entire country? Just because you're also Great Britain is the best in the world? Hmm? Hear a ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tethers. Well, that's not my fault, bro. There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryonosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Eh? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant Eh? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable! How did she pull that off? So, Lord Stronghanders asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you, I'm from Scotland Yard. Gregson! Inspector Gregson. What's the matter with Susato-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her? Inspector Gregson. Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? Don't tell me he's also in the novels, in the Sherlock novels. You're acting like you know this man, Mr. Soto, but he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him. Very well, in fact. Very well? Yes, he features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, in a publication. What's it called again? Rand's magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Holmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Holmes? That's incredible. Well, I don't know about that. Mr. Holmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come out with the goods from time to time. Mr. Holmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson's the pick of a bad... Wait, what? Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Holmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he's not, and thanks to a magazine, my name's known all over London town now. It's great, isn't it? I have to admit that to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and our reputation at the yard went through the roof. That's wonderful. No, it is not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head, stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? She's so cute! Look at her face! Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying, but I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear. Perhaps a sunrise to fame does change people. I see. Okay, can we get back to the case now? I would like to know whose livelihood is at stake this time. Some about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear. That probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital, unconscious. It's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a suicidal takedown, would you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You've angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So, there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit? Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Bardock van Zieks. We kind of won against him once already. No! Sounds like you've heard of him then. Oh yes, we're very familiar with Lord van Zieks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. In the end, he's just some fucking guy. Lord Bardock van Zieks, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGilda told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When Van Zieks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused sacrificial lambs. I wonder how he got his scar. I wonder if we find that out in some deeply concerning backstory. In every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname, I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is that it? No? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zieks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. Huh, and what of it? Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Marcus McGilda came a crop in an omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? What are you saying? Look, if Van Zieks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? There's no magic in the Ace Attorney games. There's some supernatural stuff going on, sure, but most of the time they actually have very scientific explanations for everything, which made the crossover of Ace Attorney and Professor Layton so fucking funny, because Professor Layton, while bending some physics rules a lot of times, is completely without supernatural elements, like in the end. Like, they always try to tell you that there's some supernatural thing going on, but in the end there's always a scientific explanation as to why something happened. So when they combine both Ace Attorney and Professor Layton and you find out the truth about that specific game, I really sat there like, wow, that sure is a very convenient truth you found yourself in. Like, I love the game. I say this as praise, but It's really hard to believe the truth of that particular game. It's really hard to believe. Right, well, a full fuel is requested. I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place? That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. We've branded him a criminal already. He's as good as. Shaking like a leaf in the cell he is. I'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53. Thank you. He's hiding his grey hairs under that head. So there's no helping anyone against the reap of the Old Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah. To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage too. But if the man they've arrested is innocent... You could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I for one wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try, so I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I'm your I already forgot. Judicial assistant. Judicial. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go. Can I actually examine anything on these? What's this? This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. It looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. It feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home is made of bricks and stone here. I know. That's why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. Also, the giant fucking cog and wheels in the back. I've investigated thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place. Oh, you cannot? Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. Alright, they wouldn't know these, huh? I believe they're, yes, they're suits of armor. Oh, right. I thought maybe they were like the lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits. Always? And they roam around the middle of the night. What? Really? Is there nothing you don't know, Mr. Sato? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. Where did she get that incredible tome? That's a good question. What about these candlestick thingies? Just look at all the naughty books placed together on these shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. What? Okay. That's... okay. And they're all books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yes, a very bad dream. Oh, they're not all about British law either. They're books about the judicial system of other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? Why do you ask? I was wondering about asking the Lord Chief Justice how you say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? Wardrobe. I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned. Damn, ouch. Okay, is there anything else I can check out? Maybe if I move to the left? No? Now it's all just the books. Oh wait, I can look at something up here. Is this some kind of clock? Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock. But those gears are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive even. It's eerie. Do you think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean. Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? I'm not sure you could fiddle with cogs that size, and I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make considering how large they are. Oh! There's actually something quite soothing about the precise rhythm. Oh, I guess maybe reading in here is not that bad. Okay, but looks like we looked at everything here. Then let's go. Go to the prison first, right? Talk to that guy first. I think that's. Oh man, that looks horrible to be in. 19th February, local prison cell 9. So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo, you're making it seem worse. Apparently our client is in this cell here, but it's so dark at the back there I can make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding at the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat as yet with no name? Calling me by my number, it's utterly unbelievably unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? The tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Oh! Hi! What is up with your eyes? Excuse me, but who— Shh, quiet. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Right. So, could I ask you who exactly— There you are! You come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide, you're a ghost! A ghost? We mean you no harm, prisoner son. Prisoner son?! Are you Japanese by any chance? Oh? His eyes changed. This is beyond my wildest dreams. Oh, his eyes are back to what they were like before. Forgive me for that outburst before, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damn dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Holy fucking hell. Who would have guessed that this new client Lord Strong had assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? What compassion my fellow countrymen show to dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend the mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon. What the fuck? A first-class lawyer. Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why would you have been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can, I will. Shan't stay sullen and silent. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm a lawyer, as you said. My name's Shiro Naruhodo. And I'm Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably notoriously named Natsume. Soseki Natsume. Okay, so you're telling me they had to change the name Sherlock Holmes, but they can keep fucking Sosuke Natsume in this? Like, just, you know, just the entire fucking name. Okay, sure. So why do they want you? Soseki Natsume-san, what an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. I write of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean analyze? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No. Don't be so prosaic. I'm much more refined than that. And haiku, that really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were visiting students sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago I was told to go and study English. First I had to suffer the misery, and now this. It's beyond the pale. Suffer the misery. Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it? No. What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly unbelievable, unjustly unreasonable. I see. Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white washi. You must be a man of great standing. Oh yes, so I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. So why exactly are you here? Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san? I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder. Murder? Oh, no, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? She was stabbed with a knife. Right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusable, irritatingly inconvenient. This guy. What the hell? Oh my god. Hold on. My phone is dying. Give me a second to make my phone undie, so we can continue. But this time I do trust the guy to actually not be the killer. I'm just wondering how we're going to, you know, prove that. Because, you can stay like that, doesn't look weird. No, here we go. Sorry about that. There we go. So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case. That's true. About the case. It wasn't a cursed evening. Just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure, the bookshop wasn't accursed too. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. Oh. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English, and a young woman at that? I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. I see. A young woman unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. So who reported the crime? So the victim was unknown to you and there was nobody else on the street at the time. And that creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? Well, yeah, who reported the thing happening, that he's now in jail? What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Soseki-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did. But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit? Ah, you! What did you just say? Nothing! I didn't say anything. Oops, perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry. He didn't touch the victim and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right. Did you drop your books? It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. For all the bad luck. Accursed great detective. Could it be? I should never forget that man's name as long as I live. His haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed, busybody, be gone! May you be cursed until the end of your days, Sherlock Holmes. I knew it! Mr. Holmes? Sherlock Holmes. That's not his name. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after the nightmare unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hot cheese when some man suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me, "This is the police, put the weapon down!" Yes, it was a thin silver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils. What? You clearly had a tiring morning yesterday. Trying morning, sorry. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Sherlock Holmes. It's actually just Sherlock Holmes. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm a knife-wielding madman. Me? This weak, stooped kitten of a man? I wonder what great deduction process led him to the conclusion this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Holmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish foreign film flamery. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point, good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes I do, and I'm fine. The next thing I knew I was in manacles, and before I knew it I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine. He's not fine now. So did you do it? Yes I do. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we speak English, a simple mister is more than enough. Oh yes, alright, yes, they've really got to me. This country's poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself on a study tour. A student? I've defended a case in Old Bailey, only the one though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even a foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. But the Darman, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake. I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, who do you mean? The lawyers. All the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness, why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them, someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said, and of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful! You're wrong! I study more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They are all my fucking god. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Soseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can, for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If you can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to go to prepare for. Alright. Let's look at the scene of the crime then. February, Briar Road. Ooh. So this is where it happened. Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. They often depicted in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close. To a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Of course. I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your Heidi dream comes true. What? Hi! What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson. This is not a tourist trial, as I'm fairly sure you're all aware. Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. So you've been to the holding cells then? What do you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. Let's see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens. And the verdict's a foregone conclusion. The stone cold air of rejection. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone cold air. That makes it worse somehow. How much does he eat? Yeah, I think that's just his idol thing. Like, he's always eating fish and chips. That's just what he does. So, do you have any news for me? Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you find anywhere in the world, ma'am. Oh, and you know, I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. It does make them look the part, seeing a policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. Yes, doesn't he look wonderful? Being a London Bobby's hard going, I can tell you. Oh, really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yep, raps on the windows with a long pole. Did myself going back a bit. I had no idea. The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles? That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my. And I suppose in between all of those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well? And chase after criminals trying to evade the law? I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly, more alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men kneeling over from time to time, I admit. I'd always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Your heavy heart will be my heavy hat if you do. I still don't know what the distance is, yeah. Me either. How far is this? 32 kilometers. Wow, damn, that's a lot. That is a lot. It happened at around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just here, there on an open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady's still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in hospital. I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means I haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? It's the art policy to give lawyers defending suspects the odd bits of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. The local map has been entered into the court record. A street map of the local area showing where the victim was found. Thanks. Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countryman. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. What? We have 2 very reliable witnesses, no less. Oh! We do? It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. There were witnesses now. Oh? Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. A policeman? That might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked? Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them bang in the act and all that. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Oh. I've no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to. That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. Policeman witnessed the incident. I see a judicial assistant. I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that was Mr. Sherlock Holmes. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The color has drained from his cheeks. Wait, first this part here. Tomorrow's trial. The twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Well, makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No lawyer worth his soul will touch that case as a barge pole. What the fuck is a barge pole? Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reap of the Bailey, you mean? Thank you for the hided time. And the posture check. Hold on. Oh yeah. There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. Hello! Good evening! How are you? Maurice Attorney, yeah! We're on the 4th case now. Nothing that much has happened yet. Like, we know that a woman got stabbed on the street and the guy we're going to defend is also from Japan. But we're still like trying to gather more information on it, and we haven't actually been to trial. So you haven't missed much from last time. Sorry? The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now. Yes, we did hear something to that effect. I think you completely missed the oh! Third case we did last Saturday. I think you were there though. No? You tried to follow along for this one, okay. And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum, the master criminals, the violent ones. Master criminals. The violent ones. That's right. He handpicks his victims, only deals with them those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. It's just my point, sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? Ah, excuse me. No, there's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taking an interest. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? Bless you. Thank you! You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Are we really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it. What? That's so edgy! Bless you. Thank you! Why is it so edgy? He's just some guy in a cloak. Who did you hear that name from? Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions. Fiddle-faddle. The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh. I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He's certainly an interesting individual. He's a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Gibblegab! Gibblegab, fiddle-faddle. Ever seen this before? Yeah, we actually did talk about it, you know. Oh yes, that's Rand's magazine. The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Sherlock Holmes appear. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its story. And a so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Holmes tale at all. Well, I suppose there's an element of that. We work our socks off for every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. They sure do. Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective. Mr. Nanahodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh, yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, exactly. Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all of this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an wolf party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address even, so it's Baker Street! How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Is it really 221? Wait. Sherlock Holmes, Baker Street. It is! I did not know that. We better try to find our way there before Suzuka-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Summon a carriage! So we'd have a reunion already, with the great detective Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. I cannot wait! Okay, can I actually examine anything in the back here? Look at that funny snowman. What a delightful snowman. I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. It looks a little creepy though. Oh, it has a scarf, look! You'd need one if you were out in this freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one. I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Oh, surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his. But the person who made the snowman certainly would. Yes, I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. That's true. I wonder if Sholmes still thinks Ryunosuke is from some country that isn't Japan. I honestly cannot tell if most of the stuff he says is just, you know, us playing with us, or if he generally, you know, believes it. Well, a Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes and cart away criminals. You're very well informed, aren't you? It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London. Well, just pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows then. But that wouldn't mean being arrested in order to ride it, wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way, help me find a good stone. No, I wasn't serious. I'd rather you not get arrested. Do you realize why it's called Kokoro yet? Because we're going to defend Sosuke Natsume? Also, hi, good evening. As one of the officers from Scotland Yard, the police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wanted too close, we would be clapped in irons. I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. Oh no, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what was going on. Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all. Ouch! That's mean! That is terribly rude! I was born with that face. I cannot help it. Anything else I can look at? I know someone who thought Sosuke Natsume was a real person was oh! Ouch. Well, look at the windows of that building there. Are you sure they're windows? Yes, but they're all filled in with bricks. Oh, you're right. I wonder why. Perhaps it's an empty property where nobody lives at the moment. There's smoke coming from the chimneys though. Oh dear, everything still feels very foreign. There's so much we have to learn about this place. Okay, but why are there bricks in the buildings if there's people living there? Or is that smoke coming from a chimney behind it? See, also Bungo Stray Dogs fans, it's not... but like, isn't like almost every single character in Bungo Stray Dogs an actual real-life author? Which is making it very hard to find pictures of the real people if you are not careful in how you Google search it. They explain the bricks thing, they do. Okay. It's like how with some Fate characters, how if you Google search the names of famous people, you will find lots of Fate fan art. I think Bungo Stray Dogs is not at that exact level yet, but it certainly is getting there. The clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? And with the dense fog as well, everything looks hazy. Well, it is known as Foggy London Town. I can just make out some sort of spy through the fog. It looks like it's still being built though. Aha! Yes, that must be the Crystal Tower being built for the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Apparently it's going to be very striking, glazed on all sides and a symbolic centerpiece of the exhibition. This will be the largest exposition in history, is it? I can't even begin to imagine it. What the fuck happened to this bicycle? Oh, a British bicycle, look! Although, the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it... misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore. Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling. It seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dress to allow them to ride as well. The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. Ha! Das Internet ist für uns alle Neuland. That's what you sound like, Ryunosuke. Goodness, do you dislike bicycles? No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. If you'd ever tried walking on stilts and fallen into a river, I know you'd agree with me. Are you talking from experience? Were you on stilts and fell into a river when you were younger? Is that what you're telling me, Ryunosuke? We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. Sure, I will do that. That's a rather typical brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history. Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here. We must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible. Yes, you're right. Cheap, but ideally with reasonably level floors. Yeah, that makes sense. Anything else? No, I think we've looked at everything. Oh? Yeah, okay. Then let's... A new location has been added. Can really wizard, do you think, or pinch me? Sure must be dreaming. You're not dreaming. Let's see. Ooh, a cutscene! Oh.
ここがホームズさんの事務所なのですね。
なのですね。It does look nice. That's a big house. Oh my fucking god. Why is there a knife in the wall? What's with that shoe? Holy fuck. 19th February, 12:53 p.m. Shomsuit. So this is where the great detective Max is living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. A tad. Oh my fucking god! Is it as described in the stories, Mr. Sato? Susato-san? Many, many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes? I've never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. Detective Case chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruto? No, I can't. I'm sorry. I have not read a single Sherlock Holmes story. I have no clue. Oh, I suppose I can, yes? So if you don't mind, let me bask in it a little. I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please don't mind me. Huh, she's obsessed. As long as she's having fun, I don't mind. Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anybody home? Oh, do we have a visitor? Hi! Hello, is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes? Hello? Wait, aren't you... Oh, how rude of me! I gotta make some tea at once. I'm sure it's the same girl. Miss Susato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. The King of Bavaria? King Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund von Ormstein, of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Sherlock Holmes for a moment and look over there. The tea's brewed and I have freshly baked cake as well. Ah, it's you! I knew it. Susato-san recognizes her too. I mean, she does look kind of special. There you are. And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. Well, the inventor, I suppose, of the machine. Wait, you can see it. I move out of the way. Look at that. Look at the tiny keychain thingies on her backpack. They're what I have. Wait, how do I show you guys this quickly? Wait. Oh, come on. I said it. I said before how I bought everything there's in the Steam store for this game. And like wait, and I there's this animated thing background where they all where the fuck did I save this picture on just now? I want to show you. It's a really cool background. Hello? There it is. These where they're all these animalized forms. And that is them hanging on her backpack. It's just we have not met the cat yet. I don't know when the cat happens. But look, that's so cute. That's like Holmes as that bunny, and I don't know what she's supposed to be, honestly. A mouse? But it's so cute, right? She has the one there, down there on the backpack. That's so cute. I love her already. I don't know her yet, but I love her already. It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilder's trial in the defendant's antechamber. I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. You meet the cat soon if you haven't yet. Yeah. She seems to be evil? No, what? Why would she be evil? Yes, it was challenging. Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know? I mean, look at her goggles. They're connected by a heart. She cannot be evil. Thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you should defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Accuse the child of being evil. No! Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, surely. Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suit? Oh, silly me, I haven't introduced myself, have I? Oh, she has even more hearts on her sleeves! It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. Aha, you mean Watson, don't you? I live here together with Hurley. Iris, is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson? What's the matter with Suseta-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Don't say that, else a Doylester will come get us. Oh, excuse me, of course, this is Iris Wilson. I mean, isn't she an original character though? Like Sherlock, okay, but isn't Iris an original character? No? Does she exist in the original? Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely! Susie and Runo! Got it! Susie. Runo. There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her, I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. Do you know? Well, can I look at stuff before I talk to you? I want to look at all the fascinating stuff in this room. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Lingering beside the fire and watching the flames flicker and dance in the grate. It's so relaxing. You can't relax? Not when there are so many interesting things on the mantelpiece. Oh, it's just as it was described in the stories. It is. Yes, exactly. Inside that Persian slipper, for example. Ah, my chocolates for 11s. And transfixed by the large jackknife. It's my shopping list for the market. Oh, it's not quite how I remembered being described in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Poor Suseta-san, she looks crushed. Alright, sure. Okay. What about the tea? It looks like a huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. It seems very sturdy with an equally sturdy lock. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't go around opening things. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous. How do you come to that conclusion? Oh, that chest. Contains some of my most valuable things. And that smell tells me you're not going to give us any clue about what they are. I mean, why would she? Okay. I can look at the violin. I've seen pictures of Western musical instruments like this. It's called a violin, isn't it? Of course it is. Mr. Sholmes is renowned for his violin playing. Oh, really? Absolutely. It's often explained in the stories. It's inspirational, Mr. Naruhodo. Inspirational. I immediately started playing the koto, which was the closest Japanese stringed instrument I could find. What a shame you couldn't bring it with you to London. Oh, yes, well... Papa was beaming when I asked him if he would buy me one. But after a while, he asked if I would only practice when he was out of the house. Oh no, baby! So now it's barely an ornament in my room. That must have been an awkward conversation. Oh, I got an achievement for that. Yay! See, examining a bunch of stuff is always a good thing to do. There's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high I kept feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment. I keep telling Harley not to cram so much on those shelves. Good advice. He wanted to look something up in one of those books a while ago. But it was so tightly wedged in he couldn't get it out. So he went and bought a new copy instead. Bruh. Are you kidding me? Oh. No? No? This one, I guess. What on earth is this huge over-the-top machine? That's a great analytoscope. It can analyze anything, really. Anything at all. That's absolutely incredible. What is it with today? It's one of Hurley's inventions. It took him a whole year. He said it was to help him with his investigations. Isn't it? Thank you. What sort of things has he analyzed with it? Do you know? Thank you, thank you. Well, actually, he hasn't used it for anything yet. Oh? Why not? Apparently, on the evening he finally completed it, it suddenly occurred to him. I don't actually have anything I need to analyze. Oh dear. How about you, Dono? Do you have anything you'd like to analyze? The only thing that springs to mind is this machine itself. Shums is actually playing 5D chess while everyone else is playing checkers. Oh my god, is that her part of the house? Room? Ah, that's my blackboard where I note down ideas. Oh, interesting, let's see. Black Peter, what does that mean? Don't you want to hear what Iris has to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll come back to that blackboard later. Psst! I want to look at everything first. What a beautiful English tea set, and so neatly arranged. It's a favorite pastime of mine, a cup of herbal tea in the afternoon. Her part of the room is really cute, yeah. Tea made of herbs. Herbs. That's right, I grow all sorts of herbs in the garden so I can experiment with different blends. One moment, don't go away. I brew a part of the special blend I came up with earlier today. She looks delighted. I only hope it's safe to drink. I mean, we'll see about that soon enough after we tried it. What's this one? What on earth is a big black lump over there? Ah, the fascinating thing is called a typewriter. It's a machine that allows you to write on paper without needing a pen. And wizardly quickly too. Oh, that sounds like it could be very useful for someone like me with terrible handwriting. Ha! You do? He does have terrible handwriting? Okay. Is that a horse or a dog? I can't tell. Like, I think it's a dog. I'm not sure. Okay, I think we looked at pretty much everything. A dog? I mean, I don't know. It could be a horse for all I know. Like a border collie. Yeah, I guess. What happened to your glasses? I'm not wearing them today. We don't need glasses, we need our brain cells tonight. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey? Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. We were? Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Ah! Like this? Thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in town, did you? Yes, the awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Ginny. Yeah, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to the trial-disrupting gun-like contraption? The HDD would maybe skip all the dialogues. Well, this game does consist of pretty much only dialogues. Iris is so cute. She is. I love her already. She's so adorable. Exactly. So if all her you see to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. Ooh. This girl is dangerous. Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician? Hurley, of course, silly. She's like the Wright brothers, but in anime. Who are the Wright brothers? Hurley? Yes, Herlock. Herlock Sholmes. Oh! That's where Hurley comes from, okay. We live here together. People went on a flight. Ah! I see. I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. Your roommates. And they were roommates! I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10, at last this year. Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no, they're not around. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course. Go ahead, Susie. Susie. I'm a very great fan of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, you have a copy of France magazine. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. It almost looks like the knife is stuck in her head. Like, almost. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories. That's right. Hurley's always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. No, it can't be unseen. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness. See? Now it definitely looks like it's stuck in her head. Last night he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. Oh, she's the Watson who's typing them out. So you're the author. Yes, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call its latest adventure the Speckled Band. The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar. Just want to stop by and say hi. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Of course, I always change one or two details on the stories here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually. Yes, and of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you? So, do you mean to say, are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Rand's magazine are written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Susan-san's getting more and more worked up. Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too. I'm a doctor of medicine. You what? Shutakumi really thought the original Speckled Band story had a lot of plot faults in here. No, at 10 years old? At 10 years old. Well, that's quite incredible. But, Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman! Yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow? I suppose it does, yes. Poor Susato-san, she looks like her whole world has just fallen apart. Aww. The poor girl. The detections just now. About before. Yes. What's on your mind, Duno? Do tell me. How do you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean? Yes. Oh, and now we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. What's an erudition in reality over 1,000 years old? No. No, she's literally just 10. There's no mystical characters in Ace Attorney. Of course, I'd be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now let's begin. Oh? Her eyes? Iris Wilson's proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular. Woo! First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said that we only just arrived in London. How did you know that? I observed a passport and a travel ticket protruding from your vest pocket. Oh, so I was reasonably confident you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against a particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Reap of the Bailey. I walked right to that one, didn't I? Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were giving that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. Ah! They used those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And the red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume. Now, Runo has a fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. Wow, she's good! Does the Fae clan stuff in the main line? Yeah, but even then, none of the Fae clan actually lives to be older than they are. They just sometimes show up by borrowing the bodies of other people. Sometimes. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know? He's silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. She's really good. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed to ascertain something of Mr. Shom's delivery. Oh well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving a Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please. Will she? Without, you know, changing it up. So yesterday Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying? Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage, but the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking stooped man. Mr. Natsume beyond any doubt. Soseki-san said he didn't see anybody else on the street at all, but it seems there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great detective powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking stooped man, shivering in fear. Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did, he's a great detective. Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it apparently. They can't? Oh dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire.
Hello! Good evening, TK!
That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible. I suppose it's a harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. You've been lurking for an hour and a half? That's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with lurking in a stream, no worries. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Aww! You're most welcome, I've had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Well, I expect Hurley's still investigating the scene. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Natsume? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Ah, goody! In that case... Give Gregsy this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. Oh? What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. A card for Inspector Gregson with a message on the back from Iris. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust there won't be a problem." Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Oh. Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. I love her. She's so cute. Holy shit. Wait, but does this mean she doesn't actually have anything to do with the Mr. Wilson we met in Japan? Who was an actual English gentleman? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. That it is. So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all, we headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heavy silver coins in hand. Wait, is a shilling actually heavy, or does she just mean that because he would get information if he gave it to, you know, the inspector? So it carries a heavy burden. Save your current progress. Yes, please. Almost 2 hours and we haven't actually reached a trial. Holy shit. Hello, just came home from work. What did I miss? Soseki Natsume is accused of stabbing a woman in the back. The woman is still in the hospital. She's not dead yet, but he was the only one who was at the scene of crime and he ran away. Apparently 2 people saw him, but he didn't see the witnesses. And we are thinking about, you know, defending him in court, and we're trying to get all of our stuff gathered so we can have more information. Also, we just met Iris. Who is not Watson, but Wilson, obviously, in this version. And she lives together with Holmes. Jesus Christ, these names are fucking me up. They made so skin, that's the kind of more... I like his eyebrows. I like his eyebrows, they're funny. 19th February, 2:38 p.m. Briar Road. Again. It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with the investigation. And now we're trying to get to meet Holmes and look at the lodging where Natsume was staying. Perfect, so let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Hi! Would you care for this? Can I? Ooh! Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust it won't be a problem. Iris Wilson with a heart! Look at that! There's a tiny heart! Iris' little handwriting's adorable, isn't it? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Yes, the handwriting might be adorable. The message is ominous. There's no room for sentiment there. I'm sure it's simply the way you're interpreting it, Master Naruhodo. Anyway, I do hope the inspector will tell us what we need to know when he reads it. You don't think it will just make him munch piping hot chip... Wait. Munch piping hot chips until steam comes out of his ears, do you? Well, that wouldn't be an entirely terrible outcome. Oh! Vittoria de Kratia. 18? What is that? 1844? 1864? I think it could be 64. This is a 5-shilling piece, isn't it? I believe it's called a crown. Yes, and you can train a Scotland Yard detective to do whatever you want with just a single one. Iris must be the most powerful 10-year-old in the world. How much is 5 shillings, by the way? What is it really worth? Well, it's probably enough to buy all the chips the inspector could possibly eat in a whole month. That's crazy. Okay. We actually have not looked at the map. Okay, well, it's not like there is a lot on the map. Meerschaum Street. Calabash Road. Meerschaum? Seafoam Street? In German? Okay. Anyway, I want to present this. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to pair foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. I wouldn't be surprised if the street names are also home story references. Ah, I guess. I guess someone more well-versed in actual Holmes stories would know. I definitely don't. Very creepy. Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? Damn, bro. What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's an appearance fee, that's what it is. Don't worry, Gregson isn't creepy, just trust me in this one. Now that you've said it like that... An appearance fee. Oh, I see, you mean... That's right. For the adventures of... Hello, Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me. Every time. You're being serious. Okay, I trust you. I trust you, because I don't think that he's actually a bad guy. I think he's just there. He says, of course, I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I'm sorry, Inspector, that must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust it won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Ooh! Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding mustached Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there, look. Are you kidding me? On the first floor of the house, in a corner where that wreck of a bicycle's propped up. It's literally right there. That is nearby indeed. The carriage ride to get to Sholmes Suite and back here probably costs more than him literally just telling us, yeah, just, you know, cross the street. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garridap. I'm sorry, what? Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship. Okay, damn. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then, shall we go and see where we can find Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. Definitely. Can I just go there now? Immediately?
Yeah, I can.
You still haven't been here yet? I wonder what his weight says. Well, let's see. Oh! An interesting house, that's for sure. 90 February, Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Hi! May I help you? Yes, would this be the residence of Mr. John Garridap? Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling? My name's Yonosuke Naruhodo. I am... Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Sosuke Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here. Oh. We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. What? One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garridap. What? Why did her eyes light up like that? Did you see that, Mrs. Sato? That was a real-life English maid. I know, as I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. That was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? We need only to meet a butler and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garridap will see you in now, this way. Oh my god! Why do you look like a moon from the side? Also, why is it so fucking dirty there? Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put up there deliberately, surely. Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from you. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Ahem! Maybe let's not, Miss Susato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. I mean, it was worth a try. Why is it so... What is that? Oh, it's not dirty. It's just that the carpet's burned. Because the candle fell. I see. It's just burned off, that's why. You can see the normal ground. I see. That's a full-size cannon. What's it doing in here? Oh my, it's real. I thought it might be a replica. The whole thing. Ah, that's a little more than a toy. Sorry? The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. Thank you for the 100 time in the postal check. Why would you have a cannon in your room? Like, you surely cannot use a cannon that quickly, even if you were to be attacked. Are you supposed to use your pipe like that? I don't think so. I doubt it. Don't you have a cannon in your house? No, I'm afraid not. It isn't overkill. Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted wall is going to throw at you next, boy. Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Gary Depp? Always is. Take John here. Never fails to have clean apron in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see? They dry very well on a cannon there, John tells me. Which rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to a drying rag. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. Aww. What's this? From when you were in the army? The uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? It's clearly been well looked after, though. That old thing? Ha! Not much better than rags, really. Oh? Well, that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know? But I'm not one for dwelling on the past, me. Would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, it doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying around, does it? Sure. Oh, I see. Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. He says, displaying this medal, very obviously. That looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner. Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say. Although it bothers me that it's not straight. What, that old thing? Sorry? I should be glad to see the back of it, but the general will turn in his grave if deposed of it. The vault's the best place for it, keeps the bally thing out of my way. So it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose? What kind of guy is this? There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself, look. Let me see. It says, for distinguished participation. Sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for. Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles. Artillery grenades over his fireplace. What? Oh! You're right! I didn't notice those. You're right. Okay, what about this big portrait? That portrait of Mr. Gary Depp's glaring at me, I swear. Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Gary Depp as well? Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well. Yes, seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with a little trinket. Seemed to come back? What do you mean? The chap who runs the place is a bally wizard, went in to sell him something and came out with that thing. In point of fact, now I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need. The lion ornament certainly does seem surplus to the requirements. So that the sun doesn't pull her punches. Or throws for that matter. Damn. Okay, anything else? The cabinet maybe? No? The books? No? Wait, maybe something more to the right. No! I already looked at that. Yeah, I know. I didn't mean to look at it again. I wanted to. I know! I wanted to turn. Ooh! Oh man, I wish I had some cake right now. Oh look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on a gleaming silver cake stand. Lined up. It looks more like someone has half demolished them to me. Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know? It's quite the English way. It's Mr. Garrett's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea. That sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute though. There are at least 10 cakes on his cake stand. Well, naturally! And it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Gary Depp does need, I say to myself, John, you shall have to tidy up. How magnanimous of you. I see. I mean, I would be willing to tidy them up as well. This old candle holder looks a little out of place here, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. It's clearly supposed to be gold, but it's almost completely black for some reason. Oh, and it's missing a candle. That old thing, yes. Just a cheap piece of ironmongery. Graham crack, really. Oh. Used it when I was studying, don't you know? For my commission. I know it's old, hardly worth hanging on to really, but, well, still has its uses sometimes. Of course. Does everything in this room have some elaborate story behind it? The memories, Mr. Naruhodo. Memories. Are they now? There's more! Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? A what? Although the shelves seem to be broken and the crockery is... Oh dear, it's in pieces. I'm not sure what we're referring to right now exactly. It really is. The wood crack wouldn't do that chinaware justice. I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it. Yes, probably something like that. But let's not delve too deeply here. I see, okay. Oh, we can look at the window? This window looks out of a briar road where the young woman was attacked. Oh, yes, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can see very clearly. Does this thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. Sorry. As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze and apart. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. It seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident then. I mean, sure. Let's actually talk to them. Good day to you. John Garrett up at your service. Hi.
Gokigenyo.
Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ionosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maiwon, don't you know?
I once was an adventurer like you. But then I made a Skyrim reference in 2021.
Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service, handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and downstairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was planning at the top of the stairs. Boomer reference. Hey! You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo? Do you think so? Well, Mr. Garridab, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a folder roll, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Ah! Dash, old woman, be careful! Oh, dear me, I do beg your pardon, sir. Oh, you jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about that chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only too pleased, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blythe. Skyrim is almost a full 10 years old. Oh, ow! Why would you say that? We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in his old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of Fran's magazine here, so... No, Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Soseki-san's room. It's a belly nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's switching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's surely unsettling. Is it? because to me it seems like he very much enjoys attention. About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garida, please do tell us. Ah yes, Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week. So he moved in very recently then. I have 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor became available a week ago. You see that bit? Ah! Dashed old John, do be careful. Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. What? Why is she doing that? Slap. Oh, why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man said shady written across his sweat-soaked brow if you ask me. Well damn, maybe he's just socially awkward. Give him some slack. I said to myself, John, that man's trouble. Sooner or later he's going to do something untoward. Untoward? And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Jiggle physics, yeah. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? What the fuck is with the... Yes, so yes, indeed there was. And she's dying to tell us. The shady lodger. Had you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes! The man was shadier than an orchard. What is it with me and names or words that have a CH in them? I swear to God. Unfortunately, I think the reader of Natsume was also known for being really paranoid and anxious. That would make sense. I mean, I imagine they did take a lot of inspiration from the real one. Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. The real life Natsume had a really rough time in Britain. Oh! I see. Maybe I actually have to look up all these real people. Oh my god, I thought I just stepped on a cat's tail, but it's just... it's just my indoor shoes. Oh my god. You can't have staring at her puffy cheeks. Yeah, it's mesmerizing. I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I've never known a Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Oh, so me when I played this game, huh? Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I'd understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Is that correct? That's right. Yes, they're both below us, on the first floor and street level. Ah, right. The British say first... Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, we have a ground level and then the first floor in Germany as well, but for some reason, every time I read it in English, I just get confused because there's this difference between, I think the Americans say first floor to like what we refer to as ground level. Well, the British do it the same way we do. Like, first you have your ground level and then you have the first floor or something. It's just I never know when I read, when I see it in a game, I just never know which one they mean. And most of the time, a game uses the American way, right? As far as I know, you're correct. That's good. But I think, like, most of the time, games are translated with an American understanding of things. So this game obviously is being set in Britain. It is a little different in that sense. The precise times that I come back in the evening, for example. Now you mentioned it, for me it's also ground floor and then first floor. Yeah, right? then, you know, below the ground floor you have your basement or whatever. The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example, even the times they go to bed. Good grief, Joan, be more careful, woman. Oh my goodness, sir, I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. I wonder. Someday the world will sit together and vote which way it's supposed to be with all these small differences. I doubt it. It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time? The window. In American English, the first floor is the first floor of the building, and British English is the first floor of ground floor. Yeah, exactly. I mean, most of the time it doesn't make a difference. I just fear that in like these kind of detective and lawyer games, it might actually make a difference at one point. In the first Ace Attorney, I mean, there's this entire case where the time difference makes a difference, and they had to actually change that in the English version because obviously the time difference from which country was it? From the place the game takes place in, which is somewhere in kind of America, because the original Ace Attorney is very Americanized. Like they attempted to make it non-Japanese at all, which works to some extent, but obviously not. Japanifornia, yes, thank you. So they had to actually change up the time zone difference, and that is a very big plot point in that whole case. Because it was about, you know, the person who found the body heard a clock announce the time, but oh my god, no, wait, that's well, I'm already spoiling you all anyway. But the time on that clock is different from the time it was actually because of the time difference. That clock was not bought here, where it takes place, so it was set to a different time. Ace Attorney set in Tokyo but made into LA for the West, yeah. And it's like every time they go get ramen in the game, they go get burgers. So Maya's favorite kind of food is burgers. That's also, I think most people have seen that one comic that is just like, I sadly do not know the original artist, I wish I knew, but that one comic that is like, eat your hamburgers, Apollo, and Apollo is just eating sushi rolls while they are sitting in an obviously Japanese room on the floor on a low table, at a low table, and eating sushi. It's from a webcomic called Awkward Zombie. Ah, I never actually knew where it's from. Like, most of the time it doesn't really bother me because I really only know the English version, so I don't mind. I don't mind that much, but it's just, it does get a little ridiculous. The further along you go in the series, it gets more and more ridiculous because there's so many very clearly Japanese things in the game, and they keep telling us, no, we are supposedly in fucking LA. The author is named Katie Teacher.
Ah, thank you. Thank you.
That's good to know. I never actually knew. Like, I'm already proud to know that the creator of that one Persona 4 comic, the Hi, I'm Daisy, is also the person who made the webcomic Cucumber Quest. But I never actually knew who made this specific thing. That's good to know. But yeah. Remember, Ace Attorney was released before anime was somewhat mainstream. Yeah, I mean, I get why Capcom would go this way. They wanted to market it to a completely different audience. But, and then they couldn't go back.
Oh, excuse me.
Reminds me of Pokemon. Yeah, right? When they, yeah. My favorite jelly-filled donuts, and he's very clearly holding a fucking rice ball. Like, it's funny to an extent, but sometimes it does get quite hard. So I'm just glad that they actually did not attempt to do this to this game. Like, it takes place in London. You really can't change that. That would destroy the entire foundation of the game. You can't change that. If they knew about the future games, I think they would have Americanized it. Yeah. Yeah. I think, like, I have not finished Bit of Justice, which is the latest game that is currently out. It really doesn't make sense for it to play in supposedly America. So I just try to ignore that, and that it's supposedly set in America, and think, yeah, well, they're obviously in Japan. It doesn't make sense otherwise. For Japanese games, the order of priority is to release in Japan, yes, and then yeah, I mean that's perfectly fine. Obviously, you have to think about your own market first before you try to sell it to somewhere else. Most of the time, anyway, I think. Now, back to this one though. The incident took place on a pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Gary Dub household. That's a little early, isn't it? A 4Kids thinking America would not understand Japanese food. Yeah! I mean, 4Kids is a little special in their anime dubs and changes. Weren't 4Kids also the ones who censored a bunch of anime? Like, I think they made Sanji eat lollipops instead of smoking cigarettes, stuff like that. They wouldn't show weapons, they edited them out and stuff in several things. So I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Some things from Yu-Gi-Oh! Like the invisible guns. I mean, I think that's in every single dub of Yu-Gi-Oh! Though. Where, like, they made it way less harsh than it is. Like, I know that I've only seen Yu-Gi-Oh! In German dub, because for one, I grew up with that one and I like it very much, but also in terms of what they show on screen. Like, Yugi is definitely stuck in some actual fucking death traps several times. But they would kind of censor them. So it's not that bad. The entire concept of sending someone to the Shadow Realm. You know, people die. Oh, I'm going to send you to the Shadow Realm. Dead. You die. The lollipop cigarette change was required to add a show into V. Ah, I see. And German dub is based on American. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I do enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh! In German though. I mean, I don't know it any different in any different way. Also, they're bringing a new edition. They're bringing a new edition of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Manga in German, a reprint. So I'm going to get that. Like, I'm kind of mad that they're bringing so many new editions for old manga out, because as an avid collector, I have been trying to get the old editions in some places, but I don't have full collections of them, and now they're reprinting all of them with gorgeous new collections and editions. Editions is the word I'm searching for. Like they're bringing Shaman King as a new edition. I literally just bought a bunch of Shaman King books just last year. Or the year before last, I don't remember. So now I have them sitting on my shelf and I'm like, I will literally never complete that. Maybe I should just get the new one, but what do I do with these old books? The Shadow Realm is funny to me because it's scarier than just dying if you stop and think about it. True. Since 1972, you cannot have smoking in kids shows. What? Why? Do they think kids would start smoking? Like, I don't think we have something like that in Germany. I think you can freely show someone smoke on a kids show. The fuck? Okay.
Ooh.
Was there something then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of time, and here there. Why does she disrupt him every time when he's about to say something big? For love of God, Joan, what were you doing? Dear me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrowhollow. Oh, yes? I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really? Mr. Garrideb, the way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing of... I do not trust this woman! Where a mention of alcohol enemies changed to water and juice and dubs. I mean, I know about how you're... I mean, you also cannot carry alcohol out in the open in America, right? I know you're not allowed to have alcohol out in the open. I didn't know that would also carry over to, you know, TV shows. Or animated shows, for that matter. League of Legends has the cigar removed from some alcohol. Really? The fuck? It's just a drawing. Parent groups and anti-alcohol and tobacco laws in the US. I see. It doesn't, you know, doesn't really make sense to me. You're not allowed to have alcohol out in the open or smoke, I guess, but you're allowed to get a gun at a very young age and without a, you know, actual license for some reason. Like, what kills people faster? A gun you can get ammunition for or alcohol? Which is not to say that alcohol is not dangerous. Dear God, I'm not trying to say that. I'm just side-eyeing the gun industry. No, not industry. You know, the people that are responsible for going, well, it's our right, according to the Second Amendment, that every free American should be able to carry a gun. Because I don't trust those people. And that is my 2 cents. Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan. That's right, Mr. Garrideb. Yeah, I don't trust this woman. What is the matter with these two? It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what? I wish I knew. They're weird. And shady. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly. Just below us on the 1st floor. And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there even as we speak? Yes, told me that's his name. Had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services. That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around in Mr. Natsume's room, I mean? Don't see why not. It's just down 1 flight of stairs. Who knows if we find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. It's worth I mean, it is going to be worth something. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? You can get a gun at 18, but you also have a shitload of feral paperwork no one ever tells about. Yeah, because in Germany, you cannot get a gun that easily. There's several tests you have to go through to get that license. They make, I think, at least 1 psychological examination of you. They go through your whole criminal record, if you have one. If you have one, you will most likely not get a gun. You know, how you've acted before, blah blah blah. Then the reason for why do you need a gun, like if you are a hunter or something, sure, that's your occupation, I guess, but carrying a gun itself is not, like, that's not very easy to get in Germany. Obviously, if you really want a gun to do bad stuff with it, there is always ways to get one, no matter where you are. I'm not going to argue that, but it's not that easy to get a gun. It's just the whole thing about how you always hear, when you hear about cases happening in the US when, I don't know, some school shooter decides to kill a bunch of people. You're like, why did he have a gun and ammunition on the ready? And it's like, well, they keep at least one gun at home for to what's the word? To keep them safe in case a burglar comes in or something. It's just personally, I cannot understand that sentiment. That you would just You finished playing the second game yesterday and you already missed it. Yeah, I think I'm going to miss the games as well once I'm through with them. You have to pass an FBI background check? Ah. Goes away because the military. But oh, you're quite well informed on that front, though, TK. Thank you so much. I did not know all that. It's like all I know is just it's painfully easy to get a gun, and they cannot change it because there's always people against it that go like, no, we need those. This is American ground you're on. We need those guns. That's what we get here in Europe, from when something happens over there. Like here, even if you shoot for sports, like in these club kind of environments, even for that you need to pass several exams first before they let you shoot on a range. And then you are not allowed to take that thing back home. It needs to be kept at the range. And then I always hear about like, oh yeah, we have a gun at home and it's not even locked in a safe. Or like the ammunition is in one place and the gun is in another place. No, they're both kept in the same safe or desk drawer. And I'm like, here, even if you're allowed to keep a gun at home, you need to have the ammunition in a separate place locked away from the gun. Like, you're not allowed to keep them in the same place. Because then everyone could just take the ammunition, put it in the gun and use it. I mean, if you actually do that or not, that's obviously your own thing, as long as no one, you know, raids your home and tries to, or like the police comes to your house and then goes through it, but that's the law. You have to have a state-of-the-art driver license to pay a gun. Okay, but like if I don't know, the parents in a family have a gun, it's not like the child cannot just go and take the gun if they know where it is, right? Obviously, they're not allowed to. Let's stop talking about guns. Let's stop talking about guns. It just always upsets me when you hear about another horrific case where an actual child got its hands on a gun. And you're like, why? And someone dies. And you're like, why? I think a gun is a very horrific thing. So it's not really the kind of thing I'd like to hang around with. How do I move? Oh, I need to get out of there. How you don't have to be 18 to be gifted a file. Oh, so someone else can buy it and then just give it to you? What the hell? Oh, hey, I got your birthday present. A gun.
Hello?
911, what's your emergency? Remove guns, add Splatoon. Yeah! Okay, let's look at his room. Splatoon is nice. Oh my fuck!
Kitty! Cat!
Sorry I have to late with you. It's no problem, not at all. Listen, I love talking with you guys. It's no problem if we delay the game a little. It's not like I'm trying to speedrun through my games. This is an experience for both me and all of you, hopefully. I don't mind. I learned something new today. 19th February, Mr. Natsuma's room. He has a cat! What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here too. Yeah, why is the... Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think. Yes, once upon a time. But so, for some reason it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garrideb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. Maybe he's scared of cats. Maybe he's scared of cats. Well, let's look at... I want to look at the cat. Here's a Glückskat. Yeah, maybe. Oh! No! Where did it go? Oh my, I want to drop a little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master's away. It's, a calico, I think. Maybe. I don't actually know the English term either. You only read a cat before? Yeah! It's pretty big. I don't know about that. He disappeared into a pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tree color Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Tree color. Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That's made me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in country for 2 days. Yeah, and we were on a ship for 60 days. I would be quite homesick by that point as well, I think. But there seems to be wedged into a crevasse between the mountains of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by those towering old homes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Could almost be my room. He must have done Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. After 60 days on a ship, I won't miss any kind of land. Yeah! Yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. And look, the date of purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. It's just a short while before he was embroiled in a terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. A receipt discovered in Mr. Natsume's room for some books that he had purchased from a second-hand bookshop before the incident occurred. My god, we're not even at the trial yet. Holy fuck. Yeah, this case is definitely looking to be longer than the other one. Okay, what about this tower? Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reach the ceiling. They were works of English literature, and they all smelled so musty. With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe, for me at least. Aww! I love to read. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. So reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn out the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Me either. Okay, anything in the back? No? No? What about this one? Oh look, it's a beckoning cat. I see. From home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring a Maneki Nico all the way from Japan with him. I I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma dolly you brought in your luggage? Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to back in good luck to him. He's not doing a very good job so far, is it? You mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word. Why am I such a giveaway? Yeah, he only thought about it. Where did the cat go? Oh. Oh, we haven't actually looked at the window? Could you even call this a window? I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. So really it's just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that? I'm afraid I have no idea. Ah! Perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the brick design on in a fit of whimsy. That's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes the place very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely tiring. I said a cat will be important. I hope so. I sure hope so. I think this light red field between the book piles was also clickable. Mm-hmm. Ah! This appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. It looks very robust. I wonder what it's for. There's a slot for inserting coins here too. Oh, does your trusty tome have anything on it? I believe that is a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo. A gas meter. Yes, it seems there's piped gas in this district which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter. Okay. So, if you were to put a coin in the slot, that would be enough gas to use the lights in the gas fire for the whole night. So if you were to have a coin, you'd have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold. That's right. As would a rich man who only carried crisp white notes. Brr, London is a scary place. I see. I think now we have actually looked at everything that we can on this side. So who's going to be on this side? There he fucking is! The man! The myth! The legend! Ah! Look! Mr. Naruhodo! Aha! There he is! Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes! Ah, you too! Good day! Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Boya. Yes, of course, the Boya. And let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Sogi. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us. Yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Sogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh. Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Akashio. This is Mr. Oh, no, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo. And Mr. Susato. Almost! You're almost there, bro. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. Is he just fucking with us, or is he generally stupid? In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suit the day we arrived in London, but some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was entirely trivial a case, of course. I solved the matter no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short an amount of time. I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can descend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pants them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. He does. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased, and this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. Is it? Let's see then. We noticed to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Suzuki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him in so little? I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I'm not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh? How? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stupid compatriot of the crime. But it doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing a crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there's a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then? That I could not tell you, but it was aggravating my faculties, hence I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophilia. Do not be deceived into believing that I'm a man of leisure, no. Oh dear. Well, that's looking to be very good for us, not. Tell me, have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garrideb, a retired military man. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the Great British Institution that is the services. It was the first time I've ever met a maid from the Great British Institution that is service. Wow! Are you kidding me? I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling where they're within. Jesus Christ. Betoken their social standing, sorry. Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class, those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary! As you can appreciate, for those on a precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I see. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically in the retired army veteran Mr. John Garrideb. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of his case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. Well, he's hiding something, I can agree with him on that. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. No, but sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. I'm wondering how much info about Great Britain Susato has in the book. She has everything in there. Actually, I think her kimono sleeves are just like, you know, those pockets that are like infinite. She doesn't just have that one book, she just has 500 books all about Great Britain, and then she just takes out just the one she needs every time. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax. What is that? Surely not a tax on windows? Precisely that. Oh my goodness. Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps rapidly closed windows up. Oh! Well, the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light and fresh air. Indeed, disease was rife as a result, so some 40 years ago or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. Damn! I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps, or he just spends all of it on books, so he doesn't have anything left to get better lodgings. It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and I discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of their accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further attention, so it's important. Are you sure? I'm curious now. If he only, you know, moved into this room a week ago, how did he manage to get this many books in there? In such a small amount of time, I mean. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure. On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well, then I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Oh. Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there's simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was a Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. That's valid. And one more thing. Excuse me. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us.
Yes, tell me.
I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I'm quite sure that a retired army man who owns his property is hiding something. Mr. Gary Depp is. Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we popped a little deep into Mr. Gary Depp's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret proved to be of relevance or not. Well, we'll see about that. I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Alright. Let's talk to him again then.
Hi, me again.
Now, 19th of February, Mr. Garridup's room. Ah, you pair again. You still look like a moon. Tell me, what's the detective chap? I forget his name. Still hard to walk down there. Mr. Sherlock Holmes? Ah yes, rings a vague bell. All the detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. No, then, why don't you tell me what... Ah! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're volleyball doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Ah, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We're deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. Sure.
Thank you for the posture check. Yeah.
According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garridup is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Sure. I mean, we looked at... What the fuck? Hello? What's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes? Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Sherlock Holmes, sir, at your service. Whatever were you doing over there by the window? I'm given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Wait, is prudent a good thing or a bad thing? Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me! I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? There's a mighty secret in this modest room. Might I see even the most trivial of trifles? I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo? I think so. There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Oh god, he's going to talk a bunch of bullshit, isn't he? Mr. Garridup, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished services. Your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I've been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Eh? And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look. The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly... How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh boy, here we go! Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garrideb, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that is run rampant here is revealed by the lion statue. No. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Oh! He has burns in his face. Delivering such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well... Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam. Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it's plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the piece's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Ah. Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garrideb, at Batty's Circus. A traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion, and a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Yeah, I don't think that's true. What the an Asiatic lion, okay. Why not just say Indian? Aftermath. Now, Mr. Garrideb. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the disastrous loss has cost you is veritably attainable. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man, I simply... But what we must now ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is the piles of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. Ah. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. No magic tricks with handcuffs this time, that's true! Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable. The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expansive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh dear me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Oh? Ah. This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. Wait, what? Ah. There's no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noble woman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Ha 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 ha! Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Are you fucking kidding me? There's literally a candle right there on the burnt carpet. This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Yeah, they're in shock. What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett. I'm afraid I didn't notice. What the fuck? My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runs over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes? Sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it, again? Well, your deductions just now... Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Sholmes is too smart for us, yeah. Indeed, it's the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Gary Deb and his maid would have been hurt, or worse. That's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using a large cannon. I thought that you said that they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes on one thing. But I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Aha, my dear Miss Susato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Oh, what a glorious notion! Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage, that's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it. Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least that's what I want to believe. Let's start again. From the beginning. Of Sherlock Holmes, logic and reasoning spectacular. Yeah, let's fix it. Alrighty. Fearsome rampage. What form might the beast take? Form in the hand. Hold it! I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Gary Depp's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature, but it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? We must follow Mr. Gary Depp's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. Ah! Would you look at that? What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Gary Depp's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. Ooh. I feel like we know this woman. I have a feeling we know this woman. Behind the lion statue in the mantelpiece, almost deliberately hidden from view, is a photograph. Though I have yet to examine it in detail, I can assure you that it holds the answer. Because I'm employing an extremely advanced detection technique called jumping to conclusions, you see. What? But I literally just looked at it! I was wanting you to hear it, I'm quite proud of it. Aha! What do you mean? I literally... What? Hello? Well... I mean... Hello? Oh, do I have to present the bride as the thing? Is that it? Ah. Okay, well, sorry, game. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garrydeb. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Indeed, surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late. The fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, was your wife, Mr. Garrydeb. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? The hospital? Madam. Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it's plain to me with a glance in your direction. Okay, well, where's the clue then? The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh, there. Anyway, Mr. Shams is quite right. There's no sign of a Miss Garrydeb anywhere. Oh wait, is the maid the wife? Because I was thinking, like, I think the wife is the one who got stabbed, but maybe it's the maid. I clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garrydeb's wife could be. She's wearing a very large ring, look. Oh yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments. And it's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring. It looks like it's on there for life too. I can't imagine what side of a finger of that size. Wow! That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo, not to say. Do you know Mr. Garrydeb's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one? It was a large sunflower design as well. Really? You have a great memory for these things. I did not notice that. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it? Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Ah. Indeed it does. The flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garrydeb's bride in this photographic print. Just say picture, please. In other words, you're no ordinary household maid. No. You're Mr. Garrydeb's lucky bride. You are Miss Garrydeb herself. Oh my word! I still don't trust her though. Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is the wife, yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bally cooler by. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable circumstances. After all, you're a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man is his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are folly. You mean Mr. Garrydeb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garrydeb? Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. The raging wife! Don't be rude! You people are so mean. Now, Mr. Garridub. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress his loss has caused you is veritable tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being reviewed by the supporting arm. No, that's not... Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garridub's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman that feels rather uncomfortable. But Miss Garridub is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garridub's pain is tangible. Tangible? Tangible? Tangible. What could that pose of his really signify? Maybe it's not burns, maybe it's just a oh, it's a slap! Okay, he got slapped in the face. That makes no sense. Oh my, look at that bright red mark. Gosh, that's quite something. And clearly made by somebody's hand. Yes, Mr. Garridub has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard. I've never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I say. There definitely is. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madame Joan Garridub? Well, yes. You've been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. How the blazes? How do you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep you out of sight from you. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garridub to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. It is not the pad of bills. Did Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for lion fodder? Yes, but now we established that the lion never existed. Which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garridub's wife. Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing. Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. A bookmark. Oh. Ooh, what a... Ooh! Is there a kiss mark on it? Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Mr. Garridub is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look next to the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick. Ooh! Spicy. What a passionate and romantic issue. Don't get any ideas to citizen? Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Oh, there's a bunch of broken plates on the ground there. Yes, it is his love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note is certain Miss Mary is the fly in the ointment here. Oh! Man! But I don't know the bally woman. You don't know her. That note wasn't written to me. It was just in a book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right, that's what I've been saying. A likely story. Now listen here, John, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place and that note must have already been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right, that's what I've been saying. A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John. A likely story. Are you questioning my name now? Ma'am! And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart and you unleash a beast with the most ferocious bite. Damn. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable. The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh dear me. What color is this in there? It's a candle. It's a candle. Yep, we have read this before. How is he going to explain that now? But surely Miss Gary Depp didn't eat the carpet? No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So, this is the last part of Mr. Shom's seduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mrs. Gary Depp's gaze and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes! Well, candlestick, right? It's missing a candle. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. It looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Yes, I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the three missing from its holder? I do. Wait, I didn't want to click it again. I wanted. Yeah, okay. I didn't actually mean to click it again. I just wanted to present it. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. So she threw something at the wall and hit the candles. Could be. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of the ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. I'm sorry, the what now? Mrs. Gary Depp's mighty arm must have left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of a strike caused a candle to fall from the holder. Ah! She slapped him so hard a candle fell over? What? And in seconds the carpet was alight and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, sir. For the most ferocious beast in this world is neither violent lie nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there's but one conclusion here. After sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you! Bro? Obsessed with the dance they do. It's really cool. Carpet scorched by a small fire. Deduction complete. Elementary. It's these dashed long winter nights, you know? Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material. For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather close to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt Okay, he deserves that one. And the carpet? Was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in a blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You painted a horrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Over here, Mr. Garrideb. Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. Ooh, yeah. Had all my favorite novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, back up against the window and the heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite. Book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast rampage. Mr. Shom's deductions turned out to be correct once again. Can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere and the old stick in full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see, around 5 o'clock I think. It's at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at the moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing. Oh, really? Well, I mean, if you have a fire in the house, and you obviously don't open the window, lest it spread even more. Mr. Sholmes. Yes, Mr. Naruto, what can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garrideb's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army meant to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether this secret would prove to be of relevance or not. Hey, I just knew you were going to say that. Now, Mr. Naruto, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already? If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. We've been going for 3.5 hours and we're not even at the trial yet. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrideb. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. They're going to be relevant again, I feel. I don't think they're out of the picture yet. Thank you both very much for your time. And thank you for the hide time. Soseki-san will be waiting for us. And I'm going to have to give him an answer. Alright. Wait, can I actually look at the bookcase though? What a miserable sight. Oh dear, but at least the whole room wasn't engulfed in flames. I suppose so. But my whole collection went up in smoke, you know? All those novels I adored so much. Well, John, whose fault is that? Not mine, that's for sure. Well, whoever may not be to blame, I'm quite sure you can buy some new old books to replace them, can't you? New old books? Bally nonsense. It does sound like a contradiction in terms, but then these two are full of contradictions. That's couples for you, Mr. Naruhodo, or so I've been led to believe. I don't think a healthy couple will slap each other on the cheek and fight so hard that half the room goes up in flames. But sure, I guess the straights are at it again.
Thank you for the posture check.
Well then, prison time. Oops. Whoops. 90 February, Briar Road. It's time, Mr. Naruto. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a carrot. Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garidep's house. Hmm? Oh my fucking god. Is that the jester's bell I hear ringing? For the clown himself has arrived? Jesus Christ, who's that? What the hell? No! No, I don't love this character. No. No. I don't trust this. No. I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Who are you calling an old man, you rum-looking niminy piminy? No, no. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who is this Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about? Excuse me? What the? Who are you now? I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Yonosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. A lawyer. What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I've studied English law. Fine, I'll be on my way for today, but you mark my words. This ain't over yet. Get thee to a nunnery. Do look like a bloomin' nun to you. Who the fuck are these people? What the hell? I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fairies and maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you. What's that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than I dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here in the Garida residence? Oh, fairies and maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Garida mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Oh, true. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemist in my battle of words never could there be. Sorry, battle did you say? Who's the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sped long into the night. I have neither read Hamlet or, you know. Wait, Macbeth is a character in Hamlet, isn't it? Isn't he? I don't know. I haven't read Hamlet. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. Hamlet and Macbeth are two different places. Damn it! Well, I have not read any of Shakespeare's stuff. I'm sorry. I see. I'm sorry. Well, that's not true. I read a kid's version of... Which one is it? I don't think it was Romeo and Juliet, because there's some fairy kind of character running around by the name of Puck, but it's... Midsummer Night's Story. Because in 5th or 6th grade, I was in the theater club thingy, and we did a kids kind of version of Midsummer Night's play, in which we also did another play, which was... I don't know what it's called. Because we were so many people. That's literally the only thing I've ever read in regards to Shakespeare. So... I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. Okay, bye. I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. He saw Seki-san and Amana's lodges. The Gary Dub house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. That would be good. Oh, I don't actually have to move myself. That's nice. Oh, but yeah, I already clicked it. Local prison cell 9. Hi! Why are you so twitchy? Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched! It's okay, we haven't saved you yet. We're so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Right, what happened to the cat? Noble, ensuring, never failing Nipponese. Why Nipponese? Why not just say Japanese? Oh, now let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, it is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. Because alliteration. It's you! The miserable, rotten spy! Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se. Safe observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in a gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home, to see how the Vestal friend is faring. Gloomful room. At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is a superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. You, how dare you! Herlock Sholmes! I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. That was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits and those accursed lodgings, no doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is be damned! The poor guy! What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned it once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean? Oh, yeah, he did, I guess. And there's much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. He looks a bit like Chairman Rose from Pokemon Sword and Shield. I can see it! I can definitely see it. What's that supposed to mean? What do you mean, cursed? Mr. Natsume, what do you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? No, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me. Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. Don't do that to me. No defendant has ever survived the trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution, ever. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly. Oh, I didn't count them. Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. If you look up the photo of Natsume on Wikipedia, it's actually a very accurate likeness. Oh? What? I'm impressed, Miss Usato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes. Surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. I'm sorry. What on earth do you mean by that? Van Zieks is a quite exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. That's good. So Seki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there's both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, while the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it for their advantage, by any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. By such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury, which means that even in light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, as from time to time, my dear madame, it is simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh, so you mean to say, even if he loses the guilty verdict, the people die anyway, so their justice is dealt with. They just don't, die through normal means by, being hanged on accounts of whatever the crime was or something. But if they die anyway, justice has been done with. Though the education may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? By all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled on a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. Huh. I knew it. I'm a dead dodo, done for, doomed! It's okay, we're going to save you. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to a room at Mr. Garridup's house, I assume? Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were all staring at me, all the time from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. Okay, so here's social anxiety. You must have been very lonely having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to the room on Briar Road a week ago now. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, the room is cursed. Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him. If you have something to say, then say it, but if not, don't mention it in the first place. Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole. My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people have stepped in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to— Wait. He feels as if he's being choked to death. Maybe he's allergic to cats. Like, maybe the cat goes to sleep on his chest. And believe me, a cat on your chest is a lot of weight. There has been several cases where, which is why you're not supposed to leave a cat and a small baby in a room, because the cat could, you know, lie down on the child and actually choke it. Obviously the cat doesn't mean any harm, but that's a thing that could happen. So even if a cat lies on a grown man's chest, it is hard to breathe. And if he has an allergy to cat hair, maybe, then that would be even worse. But maybe he would wake up then, you know, from having to sneeze or anything. But I think maybe the cat is just simply sleeping on his chest. That's why he doesn't have a good night's sleep. So let's hope the Reaper doesn't strike. Should we find a true culprit? True, darn. Surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really, no one at all? To believe, yes, to believe. I believe. I believe in your innocence, Mr. Soseki. Mr. Sholmes. Me, Mr. Naruto. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Buria, if you recall. The Buria. Ah, that case. The one with the snake. Well, yes. At that time I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is why? Why did you believe me? See, yes, you mean... Because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room? Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you've misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse in my opinion. Meaning? Whether or not one should trust another is in the final analysis down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself. I think it's so interesting. Because in Normal Ace Attorney with Phoenix's entire shtick that he learned is to believe in your client. You have to believe in your client, otherwise your defense will fail. You have to believe in your client. That's the entire thing they go with. And here, Ryunosuke is not yet sure of himself and sure of the client he's defending on whether they're innocent. Well, I mean, obviously his first case was a bad one on that notion, but it's nice to see the difference. So wow, Asogi has a really small lawyer pin. Meanwhile, the way I made the pin is like big as hell. Defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma. Too bad you're dead. No more booba. Ryunosuke having gay thoughts again. Yeah, this extremely heterosexual thinking right there. No showing up. Well, my dear fellas, it's time we were leaving, I believe. Already. Visiting hours over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear. There's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to present you. Hey, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I don't know what half these words mean. As I said, I only experienced the British courtroom for the first time yesterday, and although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial. What to believe in, the defendant, justice, or the truth. How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end with every weapon available to me. So I hope you permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but it got there in the end. Yeah, it only took us like 4 hours. Miss Susato. Yes. Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind, but it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learn to believe in myself. Soseki-san is no one, he's all alone, so it's my job to help him, to fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom. With all the strength I can muster.
Yay! To be continued. Haha, says no there. Hey.
To be continued. Oh boy. It's almost the middle of the night here. Almost midnight. And we're just getting started on the trial. I'm not going to sleep anytime soon, I fear. 20 February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We're on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but... For the person in the dog, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Hi! Oh my god, why are your eyes so red? Hi, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. So you didn't sleep at all now. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literally people take things so literally? I hope not. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in a balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can do this. I can take it. Although locum student Mr. Naruhodo is quiet. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. No, I think they're all just here to watch Van Zieks. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So the all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence, dances, is it? It sure is. The new Twitter thingy is so ugly. The new font. It's just a tad off. It's really hard to read for me. I don't like it. Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zieks. Is that right, Miss Susato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zieks is on the front page of everyone. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? So, of course, his comeback is really big on the news, isn't it? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zieks' return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. Trial of Magnus McGilded. Oh, what a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they're all speculating various answers. Mundane? Mundane? It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has called people's attention. But is another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago? Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo is quiet. It's you. Me. Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor, and both times we were forced to do that by Mr. Lord Chief something Strongheart. So I do I am wondering why he would pit us against Van Zieks repeatedly. Am I the only one who thinks that's a bit suspicious? Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. It's just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent, look. Excuse me. Don't choke on air, people. Benevolent locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires. Hi, Noah. Hi. Good evening. I'm in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once.
Aye, aye, sir.
Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! It's so funny to me every time they show his gums. Like, you cannot see it when I do it, but
Teeth.
it's getting late, so I wish you a successful rest of the stream. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah, it's really late already, but I said yesterday that I wanted to do this entire chapter in one go, so but good night to you. This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time I won't let my faith waver. I believed in my client to the last. Wait, what? Just like you believed in me. To the last. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Oh. I'm hungry. At this point, it's just a matter of how much you will regret the decision. Yeah. I mean, considering that it took us 4 hours to already get here, the trial is going to be not fun, I think. But I don't want to wait an entire week for the conclusion of this. 20 February, 10 AM, the Old Bailey courtroom. Like, if I'd known about this, I could have literally just tried to play this game yesterday for these 4 hours and then we would be continuing here, but, like, sadly I cannot look into the future. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution still looks like a fucking vampire when he does this, and he's prepared.
The defense is ready, my lord. He's getting those shifty eyes again.
The Nipponese are truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Stronger just told me all about you. That you're a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose? Typical Nipponese arrogance. Wow, bro. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Citizen. After all at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. If you could look into the future, you would just spoil yourself on the games. That's true. Very true. And a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. Like, either Van Zieks is like actually completely not involved in any of those cases and he like just, you know, the public painted this picture of him so he lives up to it. Or he is involved in, you know, those very interesting deaths of people, but I don't really believe that. I don't think he's completely evil. I just hope he's not. How many glasses will he throw away this time? I do wonder. We could count. Thank you, consuls. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Oh! You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. You again! Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that Mustache Foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Hey, sorry? Didn't quite catch that. Well, there's at least two people in here that are not very impartial, huh? Very well, let us proceed. The opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zieks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused on the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Suzuki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Accused. That's number one! Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime. I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. Just look at that sallow complexion and such stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese... Excuse me? Ma'am, your racism is showing. Come on, let's get this over with me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Eh? Sorry? Didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive to this courtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. By leave, lead the inspector in, please. Oh, right. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be. Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure. Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon. 5 is evening, not afternoon, but okay. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. For a continuing overview of the case and details about the victim, she was found with a knife in her back and is currently in hospital, yet to regain consciousness. What if the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. Isn't that just a pocket knife? With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even a scrag-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Large but commonplace folding knife was found lodged in the victim's back. I wonder if you can examine this one and find something. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? Wait, can I do it right now? Can I open it up? Yes, I can! Oh! Is that the only thing I can do? Open and close it? But wait, the tip is broken off, right? Oh, look here, Mr. Naruto, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right, well spotted, Mr. Sato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in a victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Well, it does look like a foldable knife. Okay, what about this thing? Young woman ran unconscious following stab wound in the back. Historical early 20s. East Side reporting officer. Victim remains unconscious. The name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. I see. Oh, we actually have not looked at this. Customer Mr. Natsume had the sum of 2 shillings standing in receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecour, Emile Fogaborio, and Canterbury Yearnings. Okay. No, that was just a local map. Okay. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing a young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way. He threw the entire plot! Sir, that's... Why would you do that? Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest an Japanese student. Yes, sir. Alright. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Just how rich is he? I don't even want to know, honestly. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought, he was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. Man, I wish I had some fries right now. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found a bloke to arrest him. All books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident. Yes, I can clearly see the books to which you're referring. I will take the photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Taken by a policeman just as the incident occurred. A large knife can be seen thrust into the victim's back. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat, denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now you mention it. When you visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. I mean, he does admit that he was there. And he also does admit that it was kind of foolish of him to run away. As I was walking along the accused pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat. Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there's nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. It seems this cross-examination will prove to be pivotal, counsel. Pivotal? Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Oh, don't worry. It's going to be quite a long case, I feel. Alrighty. It was 5 o'clock. Out of the blue, step behind. The accused ran off. Speaking of full books. He was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. Why do you know that? The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. Excuse me. I commend the accused on a lofty subject matter of a scholarly attention. The blog's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Ah! The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here, Borden Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. That makes sense. Something like this. Ah, the map has been updated. Okay, good. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Wait. But that's not the bookshop he actually purchased books from. I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being the bookshop's name. Right? It's the name. Because that's not the bookshop we know that he purchased the book from. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes. It could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? Probably. He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, a second-hand bookshop he apparently patronizes. That's not true. Because we have this receipt right here. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson? What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. You're literally in court right now. I don't think you have any other things to go to anytime soon. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsuma's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books. I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsuma did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is in another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that... Well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. But, in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it. Receipt. Yes, for what difference it makes? Well, it's in a different location. So, maybe he did actually go a different way home. Or something. Wherever the man purchases must-see tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. You just praised him for reading English literature, you dumbass. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he's actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it might be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Well, we don't know where the other bookshop is, though. So we could be completely wrong. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street going east. But the thing is, though, that Suzuki already said that he met the woman, unless there was another stabbing on the other street at the same time. There you have it, you, as you can clearly see now. Oh. He still would have passed the place. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown the way he regales us with such witticism. Excuse me, but also hi, that's another bottle and a second glass. To your future career in the circus! Wow, thanks, bro. Oh, that is going to make for a great reaction picture. You put the glass down, now I'll put it down for you. Whoop! Didn't think I need to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books. I've seen a lot of people use that, I can imagine. There's no doubt he would still have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. I think I've also seen it used before. I just didn't think it would show up that early. Well, early. We're already on the second to last case. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. There it goes. Whoever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Nya. That's not true. As I suspected, you can fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What I say, eh? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Ah, she's absolutely right. And I don't think we can pull the exact same thing again, like we did last time. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... I mean, he could have literally went the other route, right? He wouldn't have needed to go alongside Meerschaum Street. He could have just went the other way. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When he returned from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. Thank you. If they found and used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course, however I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. Is it? Well, we're not local, so how would we know? And neither is Natsume-san. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. But, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I've already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims that he has no recollection. Huh. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. The day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. Great! I don't believe this!
Believe it!
I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around the subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... Hello? What? Who just said hold it? I agree with Lord Van Zieks. Wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well, in that case I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court. Wow. Those were actually voiced. Interesting. I feel like there was one or two familiar voices in there. It would appear the jury's leaning is That's his third class! To insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Quarry not yet willing to give up and die. Well, yeah. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial? Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated, if you will. Call it antiquated. But it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. I'm guessing we're going to get that every time, huh? Very well, Counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with the Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his alley. Very well, then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. My throat hurts. The juror's contentions. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books. Yes, nice shop that. But Bob and Bob's? No, not worth it, is it? Oh. You know them? With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendants guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? It's impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Senator Hodo, this is not time for grumbling. If you want to force the trial to continue... Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, Counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. Woo! I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Inosuke, you can do it. Come on, boy! Yeah! Defense's rebuttal. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Alright, that's not really grounds to accuse someone. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Ah. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to a union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taking, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. You have the cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk, it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop where it was. What? Another coincidence. That's right, Meerschaum Street it was. Meerschaum Street. On the map, Mr. Naruto, there are only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to a formal statement, please. What's the point of that? Can we just get this business over with now? Please, sir. It's important. Fine, I'll do it then. Nice. On the day it happened, I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk. Good to know. Let me pick you. against you then, because if the entire street was dug up, he would have been forced to go the long way around. These two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, Counsel. Explain yourself. Please don't point, it wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir. What do you mean? Juror number 5's words is now extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this: the defendant must have taken a longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose I must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following: the man wouldn't have gone around to houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may? Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see the story continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Well, that's number 1. What about you, sir? Who? Me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, that's what I say. 2 more. 2 more to go. Oh, well done, Mr. Netherhood, that was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and we'll prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if you could just identify one more clue in discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Von Zix is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. He's just standing there, menacingly. Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Oh, Jesus Christ. 5. So you know something about the books, don't you? How about the bookstores, I mean? Can I get some more info now? Sorry? Hold it, you say? Hold what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit the old books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time do you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in the all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. Could it be you were wearing the green coat the day in question as well? Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. And so Siggy said he never saw the face of the person who kneeled down next to him. Or keeled down, I guess. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and dumped my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's more slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. I know. Just let me do it. I mean, he never said I was a woman in green. Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2. Juror number 6? My, whatever do you mean, sir? He didn't even hear he was being called. I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are all well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously. Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my. My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in a green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the beach here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, I don't think it's the case, but if it helps us keep the thing going, sure, I'll take it. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry? You need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken a long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my. Oh my, she says. Oh me, oh my.
You idiot old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxes of hours ago. Really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What do you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? Ma'am. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well... I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy that he's just changing his mind. Yay! Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes 2, the nose 4. So the nose have it, not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue. Oh! No, he didn't smash the other one, so it's still his third glass, I think. Never mind. Could it seem childish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Why do you keep doing it then? Lord Van Zieks. It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh? Whatever do you mean? I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir? That's right. Took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters, that's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no? I don't think Soseki would be jumping around on open streets. And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the side of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway, and we just turn any gentle folk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. When the road is so slippery that the other guy literally slipped on the ice and fell and blacked out? No, I don't think so. Is that true? Is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked on Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. Wait. Who says it was his books? Because we know of one other person who has a mighty collection of old English books. Though a lot of them burned. Well, I don't know where I'm going with this, but it could literally just have been someone else's books. By a miraculous chance, being the same books that he bought, but like, you know. Thank you for the posture check and the high time. And old man. Cool man, you can talk. You said that around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there suspicious looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. I mean, that's true, we cannot prove it. Order! Lord Van Zieks, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not profit during the summation examination? Because he's not allowed to do that during the summation examination. Right? I think we established that in the last one, that he's not actually allowed to interrupt the defense during the summation examination, no? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and have been reached, I feel. Oh! Booba. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. By leave, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses. Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember, one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright. No matter who Wanzix brings to the stand as his witness, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Alright. Oh my god! Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Ah! Constable Rowley beat SAH, nothing to report on the streets. No, Sa? Sa? Are your names going to be Rowley and Polly because I'm going to scream if that's the case? No, her name is Patricia, okay. And I'm Mrs. Bede. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. Why is he asleep? What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know? They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street lights. There are a number of items on the list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. It wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that the policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. His helmet seems a little worse for wear. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction. And they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Bede? I don't know how you say that name, actually. That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rowley? Constable Rowley Bede, sir. Nothing to report on seat, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. Yeah. Oh my god, I cannot wait to press you on fucking everything until we get a word out of you. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. Oh, he's saying sir. Uh-huh. Yes, sir. That makes more sense. I think my brain cell has already left. It was our wedding anniversary and Rowley was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and I went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely the Japanese man in the dock. Rowley and I both saw him clear as day. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If the testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be squashed.
Squashed like mashed potato. Squish.
It's definitely in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bit chancing, and on your wedding anniversary too.
Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with her man. I thank the Lord for that.
Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. I want to know how old they are. Can I see how old they are? People. Oh, right. There's some new people on this, right? He's shown single-minded approach and great love of fish and chips. Yeah. Scholar sent to Britain by the Japanese government to further study of English. He's a defendant accused of 33! Iris Wilson is 10. You're 38, who poses as the household maid merely to keep up appearances in the neighborhood. She's in attendance today as a member of the jury. John Whoa! Oh, they have an interesting age gap, don't they? A trained army man who's the landlord of the lodgings rented by the defendant, Mr. Natsume. An old knee injury means he's confined to a chair most of the time. Sherlock is 34, Bramon 6 is 32? You look older than 32, my man. Olive green? Question mark, question mark. The victim of this case who was found with a knife in her back. Luckily, the wound didn't prove fatal, but the woman remains unconscious in a hospital bed. Rolly beat 23 and 21. Oh my god. Nivona London Bobby, who witnessed the incident, was walking down the street with his wife of a year, Patricia. The wife of Constable Rolly Beat, who is a witness to the incident, she's relatively recently married and fiercely proud of her policeman husband. She's cute, but I never really trust witnesses in Ace Attorney games that are cute women, because of the time they turn out to be hiding something. Like, either they're the sweetest characters these games offer you, or they're like murderers, or worse. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witness saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They're testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. I missed him saying yes, your honor, honestly. I like it more than yes, my lord. Alrighty. Let me press you on everything I can, I guess, to get more info. No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Roddy looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling? What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Nope. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir. Yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it, as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir. And for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that one particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Speed puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh my god. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. They're literally older than you. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something before. Oh wait, I wanted to press all of them. I accidentally skipped this one. Press. Two silhouettes. That's right, they were coming toward us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim is pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. It does. And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see? There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? Stop tugging on his scarf. Yeah, yes, that's right. Of course there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is that straight and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. As a couple spends all day every day keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh god, are they going to do this every time? They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Oh. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? All of a sudden one of them just collapsed on the floor. Pray tell, what was scattered on the floor? Scattered something. What do you mean by that? Oh well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Couldn't you just wake him up normally? What? Oh yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see, old books. Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them. All around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. There's 3 books. The rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right. He looked down at the poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as tough as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife.
ACAB, Mr. Van Zeeks, ACAB.
Now, please continue. Yes, sir. He says, going back to sleep. You ran straight over, of course, and then went for help. Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Ma'am, you're going to break his neck at some point. What? Yes, that's right. I was off duty by that point, but a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it. Would you mind telling me where that is? I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know? And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of 2 model citizens. Oh please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? Ow! Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? One more. It's definitely a Japanese man in a dog. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day. Alright, but surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could, as Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Right. Do you know? The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? I rather imagine that a fire burning in a window right opposite of the street would have maybe shed way more light on the street than the gas lamp. But maybe that's not actually important at all. Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. It is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes your eyes very sharp, you see? That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was a little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Stop yanking on his scarf! Yes. It was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. Yeah. So that's it, is it? That's the entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Bates saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. But why would he let his books fall on purpose around the body of a woman he just stabbed? Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? Cross-examine. More. If Kazuma-sama were here, what are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within the testimony. What do you mean somewhere else? The statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of the testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Why do you always seem to be so up against it? Because you're an Ace Attorney protagonist. That's what always happens. We're never actually in favor at any point in time. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No. Oh, no, it's not really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything, like. Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one, every single one. Oh, pray tell. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? That will do, Miss Beat. No, it won't do at all. Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. You really love these two, I can see why. But perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss B. Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
Just let the poor man sleep. I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene. Wait, 4? What do you mean 4? Huh? There's 3 pictures on this. 3 books on this picture. So you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, What's It Yearnings, A Meal for Someone, and the Thingami Something. I'm sorry, Miss Bede. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what? What flaw? Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books. But no, that can't be. I saw them. I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me. Sorry. It's a big old dump of a dead body. The lady's so large her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all. Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. No, I'm sorry, Miss B. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you describe. Why not? Because he literally only bought 3. Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume? Evidence. Yes, I can. Counsel, you present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. What proof do you have that the accused did not drop 4 books? Well, he only bought 3. Unless he already had another one in his bag for whatever reason, there could only be 3 that he dropped. The evidence is right here in the form of this bookshop receipt. From your books. Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. No. Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no, 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 no! Oh, he's down on the ground, damn. So what's this now? It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? Oh! That's his 4th glass! What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Sorry. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan is somewhat recalled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh? You see, the matter's not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. A print? You mean to say? And there goes the 4th glass. Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. Dun dun! It's a burnt book. Gee, I wonder where she got that one from. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No.
I can't even scream.
Oh, they're joined together by that weird scarf, I just noticed. There, you see, look at that, look. Yes. I can. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir.
Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. B, the titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecour. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A me for someone. A me for Gaborio, in fact. As the Curtis just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Miss Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. I mean, to be fair, it is exceptional to remember the titles of books that are lying around a presumably dead or at least unconscious body when you find it in the middle of the... Well, it wasn't night yet, it was literally just early evening. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on a receipt, and Miss Beta mentioned 4. Miss Beat. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, counsel, but does it not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. If it's the... As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. I doubt that the victim was holding her own book. I wonder what became of that 4th book. Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigation officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel? My pleasure, my lord. The second photograph of the scene taken by a policeman just after the incident, it specifically shows the victim's hand. A book titled The Lion's Pride, discovered in the victim's hand at the scene. A burnt at the edges book titled Lion's Pride. I wonder where we heard that one before, The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempt at discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile. I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. You're already married. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions? Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious situation. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Greenoska, think. What do you do now? Obviously, we object. Otherwise, we're going to lose. Wait, no. We know that it's burnt, but I don't think everyone else already knows. Ah, see. Oh, look at this! The book has been badly burned. You're right, you'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the letter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Gee, I wonder. I do wonder why. I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. It's not. The last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord 16. It seems somewhat boorish to close down a debate at this point. Insignificant Elise and I must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Hey, listen, I'm going to fuck you up. Oh. Don't let him get to you, Susato. Do it. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam. Yeah! No sexism in my courtroom, you people. Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? That I do. Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. Yeah, the judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. I already did that, thanks. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mr. Sato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. I'm glad that they, you know, kind of hint you toward what you're supposed to do, but it's a little redundant if you've already done it. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Ooh, he doesn't look happy about that now, does he? Very well. The defense might present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. The book. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand. We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. I'm not finished? Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. It did! So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. I mean, I already did look at it, so counsel, precisely where's the vital clue to this case which this fourth book conceals? On the back. I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious. It's been burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Unnatural, you say? And what if it my Nipponese friend? Oh. Why to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there's nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this file damages some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? Charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Council. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry Tom has suffered?
Its owner.
My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth. About the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly... Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Awry? Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? This fine gentleman here? The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who owns the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garidep. The landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Miss Garidep herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garidep's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garidep's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir. This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hardworking member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mr. Garidep's house. Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was. Happened in a blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite, book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. Ooh, that's a sexy sprite. He looks feral. By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate. Oh dear me. This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burned to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Miss Garidep was considerably enraged. Apparently she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Would she now? Had all my favorite old novels in that case, but as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window and the heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. She threw the books at him. The man is back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime? No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there's no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass while we visited the Garrideb household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and not even remotely? Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found that the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. I mean, it's the only thing we have right now. It's quite enough. Who said that? Oh! Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming there are little tiffs that the whole neighborhood light, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? Something to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sell your family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is the little hunchback with the mustache. And he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry? What's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zieks? That's another... No, did he get a new glass? I actually forgot. In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protected proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Oh, he has his legs on the table again. Get your legs off the table, young man. Don't you know that's bad manners? If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No forgive to the Scotsy this time. I can hear something outside. Hold on. Oh, it's a weird party tent that always goes off on Saturdays. I haven't heard them in quite a while. I guess they're playing music. Interesting. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear. I know that voice. 100%. I know juror number 3's voice. Well, That's not looking good for us, is it? Thank you for that unambitious response. It's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Mr. Sato, have you forgotten? This battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. That's a good way of looking at it. I'm proud of you, Ryunosuke. Oh my god, we hit another to be continued. Cool, that's great. Love that for me. My voice is actually, this time, really going, I think. I think you can hear it. Oh, and I don't know how much there's left on this case. Like, I do very much wish to know what's the truth, but I feel like before we reach the end of that, my voice will actually be gone. I can hear it already. I can hear it already. It's not good. Oh my god. You're reading everything in this game. I know. I just never imagined that, because you know we sat here before with like 8-hour streams and my voice did not suffer as much. But then again, I guess in those games I did not have to actually physically read out everything by myself. I could stop talking in between, but this one is just me non-stop talking. It is one super long case. It is. It is. It really is. It's like, if I knew, the thing is this, I could make a stop here and just say I'm just going to stream like early in the day tomorrow. The problem is just that I cannot do that because we have work going on in the house, so I could not sit down here and record is the wrong word, stream in peace, because there's construction work going on and you just hear drill all the time. I just feel really bad having to move this game's continuation and end of this trial to next week. But to be fair, I think I'd rather play it next week with a voice still than try to go through this right now at almost 2 in the morning and losing my voice. It's the first one with a proper investigation trial. That's very true. It took a long time this time around to really get started, because they showed us a bit of lots of new stuff, like the entirety with Holmes, and then obviously the court proceedings. They always take a long time. So I think I'm actually calling it quits here tonight. Because okay, we wait, no, I wanted to call it quits. I want to go back to the no, how do I stop talking? No, I want to go back to the main menu. No, I just saved. Yeah, it's okay. This game's like, no, continue. It's so weird, because pressing escape does not bring you to the menu. It actually makes them continue the text. Like, what? Who does that? Who does that? And also in not completely related news, but I have spent literally all of today reading, because earlier today I finished reading Syconia When They Cry Phase 1, which is the third, well, like the biggest new When They Cry visual novel. Well, the first part of it that's already released at least. And then I started reading Mamiya and finished the first 3 routes of that. And now I've been sitting here for almost, well, I say 5 hours because I obviously spent some time talking in between. But like at least 5.5 hours of this game. So I've been reading a lot today, I think. You've heard of that one, yeah. Syconia is the newest one. The other 2 are Higurashi When They Cry and Umineko When They Cry. I think they're pretty big names. Like, at least Higurashi you might have heard of because that one has an anime. Well, several by now actually. It has a new anime coming out. That's getting a 2nd season or something as well. I still have to check that one out myself. And Umineko, which also has an anime, but people say it's not as good. I don't know, I only read it. And now the newest part is out, like the first part that's like starting a new story. And they're not completely connected, but like when you read the others, you can definitely see nods to them. You finished the first chapter of the Higurashi. Of the very first one. Oh, so you just scratched the surface. I'm a big fan of both Higurashi and Umineko. Umineko is quite a trip though. Like Higurashi, we only very recently got all of them, of the main ones in English, in like official releases from Manga Gamer. But Umineko is just, you just have the question arcs and the answer arcs. But even then, they also still have 8 episodes, so they take a while to read. You completed the anime and you're curious about more details. Yeah, it is a lot of reading. They're actually called sound novels and not visual novels. Like, not to be elitist about this, I'm just trying to bring some info on it, because when he originally made these games, like, a lot of the atmosphere in Higurashi comes from the sounds of the background noises and everything. Like, you know, I don't know if you got that far in it. Well, if you did, you completed the first chapter. Okay. There's this weird string sound that always seems to play when weird stuff is happening, scary stuff is happening. It's one of the worst sounds I've ever heard in my life. Like, it does its job perfectly, but that's why I dislike it so much. It's like this weird sound, and you know something gruesome is about to go down, and Ryukishi really knows how to make use of that. So they actually became quite well known for the sound, because the originals were not voiced either. There was just reading and the sound happening in the very originals, and we're already quite spoiled now because there's been updates to the sprites, to the scenes. It's fully voiced. Well, all the actual voice lines and stuff are fully voiced. That's what I mean. But yeah, everyone who has some kind of interest in horror-y but good atmospheric thing and does not mind having to read a lot, I'd suggest looking into Higurashi and Umineko. Maybe check out the anime for Higurashi, but that one, the original one from 2006, really amps up the gruesome stuff a lot, while it's not necessarily shown that gruesome in the original novel. It's just, starting with the novels can be quite hard, because I feel, that's just my personal opinion, but I feel Ryukishi takes a really, really long time to get really going with the story, especially if you already know a bit about it. Because it takes a really long time to establish all the characters, how they act, how they interact with each other, and you just sit there for like 3 hours of reading and you haven't even gotten anywhere, because it's literally just, oh yeah, Keiichi moved here, these are his friends, they go to school every day. They do their club stuff, and it's all just fun and games. And you know, oh no, but something bad and gruesome happens in these games. When does that get started? And it takes a really long time to actually get the ball rolling. So, because to me personally, it took me a long time to really get started on them, because the beginning really took such a long time. It's like I was reading for 2 hours and nothing had happened yet, except for an introduction of the characters. And Umineko, the very first episode, was even worse in that regard, because it's so many characters, so many more characters in Umineko you have to introduce. He introduces in the beginning, you just sit there like, story when? But then when the story starts, it really goes to yeah. No, but that's what I did today before playing this game. And I think I'm gonna hit the hay now. Drink some more and then let my voice rest. Isn't that the series that rips off Among Us? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the one. No. Get some nice rest. No more reading before sleep. Yeah. No, I'm going to sleep now. I'm just going to see who we can raid on this fine evening. Give your voice some rest. I will. I will do that. Thank you for the pet. Now let's see who is live. You know, oh! Wait! We can pet? Yeah, yeah! That's the thing I had going for a while. I like it very much. It doesn't... I sadly haven't gotten around to, like, you know, putting something in it so you can actually see the pet on here, but hey, I can feel your love. Actually, you know who we're going to raid? You know who we haven't seen in quite a while? Our favorite bat. Because our favorite bat is, guess what? Playing this exact game. But just the first case. So I wouldn't be spoiling anyone, I wouldn't be spoiling myself. I think this is her first time playing the game. So why not say hello, right? We go from the same game to just early in the same game. And I miss her because I can never really catch her streams. Because this is not usually a time I'm awake, right? So I want to see how she plays this game. Sounds good, yeah. I need to stop talking now. I really need to stop talking now. Oh my god, I'm just surprised that this didn't happen at the karaoke stream. I'm glad it's just happening right now. I need to look into making my voice stronger, honestly. Thank you for the stream. No, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Especially for staying this long. It can be quite hard to follow along with me on this journey. But I'm thankful. Thankful you're all here. Now then, let's change the stream. Thank you so much for coming. We'll be playing more reading, but not this game, tomorrow with Taisho Alice. You're also going to sleep now? Yeah! It's the same time for you, isn't it? Sleep time now. Thank you so much for coming. See you all tomorrow or some other time when you can make it, as always. I wish you all a very good night. Bye bye.